Buggle boogly. I was going back to the home base. I feel like I was. No, I was coming back from home base. Or is I don't have a full Oh, I have big hair. Why do I? Do I still have big hair? Oh, April Fools. April Fools. Okay, you can't turn around in vertical. Oh, I should probably be careful then, because there's probably a lot of just I will murder you animals. Rubber wasn't a problem. Why? I don't remember why it wasn't a problem. To be honest, don't remember why. And that seems like an important thing to remember why it's not a problem. I did build the rubber. I never connected the rubber. I have to go back to get the rubber. My neck is not happy with me. Not happy. Slightly. They need programmable mergers. I think that's the last, like, big thing. Like, the last locomotion thing I see them needing. Because if they add programmable mergers, I think that just solves most of everybody's issues. So currently, one big issue is, like, you can't do recycling plants very easily. You need a priority input, not a priority output. And currently, you can make a priority output really easily, not a priority input, which I feel is a mistake that can and should be remedied. Rock. They get the rock. Is one method of doing. You ever seen such an excellent design before? No, no, you haven't. The world has never seen such unimaginable design expertise. Uncomprehendable. Okay. I want stackable. Man, there's no way it could be 50. That's false. That autosave cannot be read. Can't wait to go out hunting for more of like a bajillion of all the things I earned. I didn't build them big enough the first time. Making them stackable. Prime, in my opinion. Make things stackable. Yeah. Perfectly spaced. Perfectly balanced, as always. No question. Just accept. Future. Future, the world is too scared. I'm glad I don't need batteries. It would suck so much to need batteries for this. Because I have the ability to produce exactly 0 batteries. It'd be very unfortunate if I needed to produce. Very sad. And I wonder how hard it is to do like a max level belt of everything. Imagine incredibly. As in, like, I'm not sure there'd be enough material on the map to do such a thing. And I don't mean like max level belt that goes in and gets consumed. I mean an extra max level belt of everything. It's not getting consumed anywhere before. Did I do it? Now I just have to go make aluminum, which is cool. I need silk. Nope. I need a fair bit. Not psyched. Silica. I need to find out my silica consumption rate, as well as my silica production. My silica production rate will be inside. I've completely forgotten what it was. Very useful, I know. I'm what you could call a strategic. Let me go down. I think they definitely need to make swimming a much better concept if they want these underwater caves. Like, I think it needs to be less of a you only have the ability to swim up and you automatically swim up, and more of a you can swim wherever you want. You just hold space and you go up. That's how it should be done. No, big spiders shouldn't spawn in here anymore. But I think there might be 1 or 2 spider locations left intact. I'm running the wrong. Oh, that was a mistake. Why did I stop following the conveyor belt? That was like the whole thing. Oh, yeah. I still have to run all the way back to the rubber production site. I forgot. It's missing a butt ton of fuel generators. Oh, well. We will still come double check the silica production. That way I don't have to come in here again. But I'll write it down. Big brain, I know. There. 37.5 times 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 37.5 times 6. 225. But I feel like this bad boy over here. I feel like you're alive. No, you're not alive. There is a spider. on the prowl. Is there a reason I only have 5 of you set up? I feel like it's called you're not overclocked. 37.5 times 5 plus 8. So there. 412.5 is my current production of silica. I now remember that as my current production of silica, and I can add a couple hundred more if I overclock some things. Although it really only seems reasonable to overclock resource sources and not resource, well, not like machines. Because if you overclock a machine, you don't really get much out of it in the long term. Also, can you just, like, maintain that speed indefinitely? It seems like you can't, which would be really, really overpowered. Doing? Now I can't wait to make the miles-long run to where I'm making this rubber. Because it's so far away. But luckily, once I make these fuel generators, I will never have to come back ever again. It's pretty good. Not bad. Nope, nope. That is a downside of using only Mark V belts. Oh. Been playing too much War Thunder. In War Thunder, if you press C, it lets you move around the camera without changing like where your character is actually orientated or like moving. I should be playing the April Fool's event. That event is hilarious. Awesome. Rubber. Why have you stopped? Oh, you haven't stopped. Ow. You're just not being produced nearly as fast as I'd hoped. Will you stop? You're on the edge. You need a power slide. Like it's Titanfall. E? It is E. I'm glad I could remember. It was in fact the button it always was. Why am I trying to run on that? I can run on the floor, like no problem. Except for here, where I have to fly. Oh. I didn't know you could do that. Still need to hunt down a bunch of the chips. I just run by fast. It won't bother me. I don't have to waste bullets on them. Yeah. Spit out your little crab babies. I don't care. I'm substantially faster than them. Spider? There's a spider back there. Oh. Hello, dog. Oh, don't tell me they made everything giant. They better not have made the spiders giant. I will not be happy if they made the spiders giant. That is uncalled for. Giant spiders are not necessary. I can't tell if you're large or if you're your normal size. I think you're just your normal size. They just remove the stop follow distance. Oh, cool generation. Nope. I was betrayed by my own factory. What is that? Wait. Slug. Let's be careful here. Because there is actually quite a benefit. Nope. wonder if that means the crabs are giant. They're beefy. Not sure they're giant. Beefcakes, yes. Sure. What else? Arachnophobia simulator. Okay. You are producing the fuel. I mean, you're producing fuel. You guys are producing 150 fuel. Consuming it at 12? No, I'm consuming it at exactly, I need 10. So I need to make 8 fuel generators. Exactly. I remember vaguely what I was doing. Oh yeah. Still not gonna give you the floor. I don't care. Not sure I do care. I just want nuclear to be built, so I stop having to mess around with everything else. 3, 4. Oh wait. It'll tell me exactly how many more I can afford to build. Well, not how many more I can afford to build, how many more I need to build. Yeah. Need to hook these all up. I can't excel out of these last two. They were just a little too terrible. That's no. Let's stop getting sidetracked and let's actually just do one thing at a time. Everybody to fuel, then hook them up to power. So imagining these bad boys not chugging along is actually part of why I'm not getting as much plastic as I think I should. Because now I have dramatically more fuel consumption. You aren't connected. Of course you're not connected to. But I just built you. That's fine. Now, rub bar. I need rub bar. Stop sending out rub bar. See any of y'all entering a wait period, I'm fired. You're not producing as much as I hoped you would. Oh, child. Right off. Now. Buffer never hurts. Much. There'll be more oil on this area, but I don't particularly care much. I need to learn more of how the oil works. Like, for example, if you start oil up high, you go down, and then you come back up, but you don't go as high up as you initially started, like you still end lower, you still need pumps on the way back up. I don't feel like you technically should. But I feel like the game probably says you're going up, you need pumps, no matter what. Suspicion. Oh. Actually, that should be That's enough to make 3. That means I have enough to make at least 1 more. You need invalid placement. What is wrong with you? Oh, because I'm placing you on a giant node of place. I still can't believe this is all extra. Like, with this recipe, you get to make 10 extra fuel generators off of a pure node. Oh no, this isn't a pure node. This is like a fourth of a pure node. Because this is 240 and these are consuming 90. Yeah. So you get ridiculously large amounts of fuel when you use the purple stuff. Like, pretty sure enough to easily maintain itself. Easily. You're under for a reason, because I can't afford to feed you anymore. Fact. Alright. Time to unclog the buffer. Shut this bad boy down. Place the last 2. Okay. So the reason for doing that is so that way I can fill up the pipe. The reason I put him in pause mode is that way these 2 will fill up the pipe. Once these 2 pipes are full, what? Turn that last one back on. Fill sheaf hole. I want hole. Simple. You have no draw. You should be consuming nothing. Huh. Good. Not go as expected. Reconnected. You mean no power? You have power. Why are you funny? Oh, be funny if it was doing the check of like, oh, this. There we go. You're filling up, which is what we want to see. Once you're full, I can turn back on the guys who have gotten standby. There's these 2. We're just gonna turn these front 4 into standby. I want it to fill faster. Okay. You should be filling quite fast now. Would you rather simply... Are you guys not full? We're almost full. Pipes. Okay, we're just gonna put everything in standby. I believe they will still fill even in standby. They might. Actually, we'll just put the full ones instead. The ones that aren't full, we'll leave not instead. Just to get to the end. We're not full. Here. Well, you are filling. Yeah, I guess they do fill. So I will come on stand. Now that I witnessed you do that. Okay. Fuel pipe. Everything should be filling now. Wait. These guys are full. I don't know where that fuel's going. Alright, that's not full. Think. Just need the pipes. Actually, I just need everything to fill. Because I've heard it does bad things. Really? Just not that full. I'm pretty confident we can make a very, very pathetically small aluminum plant. That we might just tie into the end grinder. It's just so, yeah, we're so far. Suppose the real question is, do I stop without nuclear fuel? Without my nuclear plant going? I'm just tired of the last 4 streams being, we're gonna get nuclear power going. We're gonna get nuclear power going. We're gonna get nuclear. It never ends. I don't... You should be able to press E and get the full pipe networks, like, film this level. Make things quite a bit. And this weird, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. One pipe fills before another with no seemingly rhyme. Like, why is that pipe? Actually, you know what? The easiest way is to just come over here and watch the inside of it. When it stops constructing, because it stops getting fuel taken out of it, we know it's maxed. Build up. You know you want to. Build. Accumulate. You're getting there. Alright. I think it's safe to turn them all back on. Get a T-Rex. Nephew has a little Lego T-Rex that's been moving. I definitely, totally not been moving it when he's not at the house. As like an elf on the shelf type deal, but with this little Lego T-Rex. Except I have a Lego T-Rex. I think it would be really fun if he comes home one day and there's just 2 of them. And you can just tell him that the one from my room heard there was friends and came out. I think that would be quite entertaining for a small child. Well, cute for a small child. Okay. Back. Yep. What we wanted to see. Okay. Probably should turn one of those off. I won't. Nah. At least the way back is way faster than the way there. Back, well, but at least the way to the nuclear power plant is way faster than the route I have to take to get out here to the rubber plant. The route to the rubber plant is extraordinarily slow compared to this. I was wondering. You still bounce? What the? Disappointed. They should have made it bounce like 10 times as high. I do now really wonder what that means they did to this. It seems like they only really messed with the, not hostile. I can respect. Electric jetpack. Sweet. Best. It's stacked. It's stacked the proper way, I might add. There's not a better way of stacking. No. I do have to go get a copper deposit from somewhere, though. Bring that into the fold. I have to add more steel. I believe I might have to even bring more coal. Are you serious? I did the space. But I did the space. Baloney. Well, now we get the super awesome 5-minute ride there that I was really hoping to avoid. Ooh, like a train. We aren't taking a train. I have, however, learned that I'm doing this wrong. I can stack these guys and make it so it launches me into it. So I can get super speed right off the bat with them, which would help a lot with this trip. Because this is a slow, long trip. It's not a desirable trip. Slug. Oh, they should have made slugs like monstrously huge. That would have been very funny. Also, there's a purple one over there. I didn't know that. Oh, there's 2 purple ones over there. Didn't know that. Almost like the purple ones are visible from too far away. I was like, why is this hurting? I figured it out. Because I was pushing hair like straight back in. Oh yeah. I definitely really need to add more. I should. I was very confused as to, like, what the white ringing on certain items were. It's because right there is the big gas giant with rings. It's just it's behind clouds, and evidently the game just can't handle that. So it does not like it. Although we're very close to the nuclear facility. We can see some cool things as we approach. called We Get to See the Nuclear Facility. I believe as soon as we round this bend. Pretty visible. I mean, it's a pretty monstrous facility, yeah. I say monstrous. I know it's absolutely pathetically small compared to a lot of Peaceful's bases, but it's quite nice. I could put some stuff there. I don't want to put stuff there. I might be able to steal some of this coal line. I might. I don't remember what purity level that coal is. I think it's pure. No, I claimed a normal node. No, I claimed 2 nodes. I claimed 2 normal nodes. They feed it to each other? Okay, they do both. There's 240 on that line minimum. I do have to remember, I cannot jump over the edge. I have to take the slow way down called the hypertube. Because I will die. Because I don't have a jetpack. Oh, shoot. No, I've done this trip before. I would say, oh, shoot, because there's uranium right there. But we just have to skirt the edge. I'm glad I didn't hook up that line now. Quite bad if I had. All my radiation stuff's over there with my dead body. There's the yellow stuff right there. Always been there. Quite possible it's always been there. It's unfortunately possible. Wing? Okay. I can't believe I died. I don't even feel like I was that low on health. Probably actually really low. Just didn't realize how low I was. E. We? Right. One step at a time. We can get aluminum done, which gets us, I think, heat sinks is what I was doing all this for. So we will get aluminum heat sinks done, and then we'll worry about everything else that has to be done. Which I think I was mostly set up for it. No. This is, encased plutonium cell. Plutonium too bright. Wait a minute. Hold up. That was not right. I don't know how many of you I'm going to need. I want to say it's 8. I want to say it's 8. 8 doesn't necessarily feel right. 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. 12 times 5 divided by 7.5. I do need 8. Alright, so I need 8. And 8 times 2.5 is 20. So I need 60 aluminum casing. I feel like all of a sudden I don't have the correct amount of rubber. Although I'm actually somewhat confident. I think rubber is a 20 recipe. Yeah, and I have 3 of them. I have enough rubber. Glad I remembered. Okay, aluminum casing though. I need 60 of you. Which means... Oh, I just need a single manufacturer. Ooh. Alright. How about a V? I need 2 V. I need 75, 150 silica. Yeah, no, there's no way I just have 150 silica laying around. No way. Aluminum gray. The water is not an issue. The aluminum solution is a bit of an issue. Okay, we just need a single one of these though. We need 2 of these bad boys. Why do I have one of these? Because I was building it down here. I remember, so that way I didn't have to pump things. Alright. So the bauxite will get redirected right in here. I need another one. You're producing 240. Okay. So it's a straight 1 to 1. I just plunk down another bad boy right there. I go import to import. And you are aluminum gray. Yes. The solution is easily handled. The only thing I'm worried about is the silica. Except silica isn't used in this stages. Okay. You don't produce a solid. Consume a solid, though. Solid is very easy for you. You consume and produce a solid and a liquid. Okay. Nah. I thought that was a line I could grab from. I'm like, why can't I grab power from that line? What's going on? Yeah, no, I don't think I can grab power from that line. Slight suspicion I may or may not have. Okay. You can get cut and directed right there. Quite handily. I get up with a copper pipe, which is a bit of a lie, because I actually can. Just have to go grab it from over there. That's a nice thing though. I'm now making most everything that I'm consuming. Well, at least I'm already bringing silica out here. I need to bring the coal out here. As well as just more everything. But at least I'm already full. I feel like I actually might have already brought the coal out. Weirdly enough. Very weirdly. Can't forget I have to Wow. Whee. Because I think that line right there is the full line. I really hope it is. There's nothing on it though. Oh, there is stuff on it. It's just not. It's just called. It's not coal. Ah. Coal. 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 Perfection. But the game is always to be like. Ooh. Wonder what everybody else is doing right now. As a normal person. Researching how to actually make a nuclear reactor, not just how a video game says you make a nuclear reactor. I can see that. Be interesting. I mean, like, I know the generalities of it. I don't know the specifics of it. Like, I know you clump it together, and then eventually it starts producing a bunch of heat, and then once it does that, you just harvest the heat in a big steam generator. But I don't know, like, the specifics of how one would say it. Bit of a unfortunate. Oh. Nope. Oh, cool. I'm running out of iron rod. My favorite thing to run out of. It's just another thing to run out of. This should be things. The real unfortunate fact is that I have no idea what the actual coal load on this line is. I have no idea once steel is actually getting like consumed and all that, how much it will actually be on this line like normally. Not just in this weird one thing comes online at a time fantasy land I've created for myself. Okay. So you need 200 water per minute, and you're currently getting 120 water per minute. So you need a single water pump underground. Water. Wow. We aren't making rotors here. Actually, we might be. I don't believe we are. Okay. chance we can... Not a good chance. Try this last one. Whee! Voila! And then we just put a pump into that one. Put a pump down there, have it run up. Okay. How do you eat an elephant? Nobody knows the horrors we're on. We're definitely making the components to make rotors. I know that for sure. I just don't think we're making rotors. And I can't wait to have an actual spreadsheet cooked up for these things in the future so they don't take 5 streams because of me just not knowing what I'm doing. They take 5 streams because they're that big. Iron rod. We need iron. We also need screw. Where is screw? Actually, no. Technically. We vaguely have screw. By that I mean screw can be found right here. Why could we only make 20? We need to make at minimum 30, so we're gonna make 40. Because I have a feeling we're gonna need to make more. Just a few. Hey! Hero dropped frames. Stop. Oh, much. I'm quite happy how I managed to get the green viewport, I guess you could call it. Much better than it was. I always love it when you rub your eyes and they're just like gunk. It's just like this feeling of, where did you come from? What is your purpose? Why are you here? Before I can, I just want to know. Desperado. 40, 80, 120, 160. Oh, I am using 160 coal. How much coal? And the line itself holds 240. So I can only support a draw of 60 more coal before this coal line is completely tapped out. Speed! No. You. Cut your overclock in here. Wouldn't be a problem. It's a bit of actually. I mean, I need what? 2 foundries, and one of the foundries can be underclocked by like 50%. Check a few things, a few bits here. No, we're making aluminum here. We're not making steel. Yeah, 60, 60. I need 90. So I can underclock one of these by 50. Which gives me 45 plus 90. Which is 130. I change you to 130. 45. You see? And if I change you instead to 180, we'll target 180 and we'll just have both of these guys be not. We'll have you not be under. No, we'll keep it. Alright, so that produces 45, but only consumes 90. We will come back here. What happens if we change this to 90? We consume 75 water, which means we need a water pump that produces 30 water. So a water pump underclocked by 75%. Alright, but that is actually like just legitimately all of the aluminum we need being produced. Which is kind of sweet. Dig it. All those other. I love it so much. I mean, it's awful. It's horrible, but I deeply enjoy running them on top. Dramatically more than I probably should. Okay, you're producing. Why aren't you producing? Are just now producing because the water is underclocked so much until it can start completing a cycle. I do have a slight suspicion that 75 plus 37.5 is probably way too much silica. So 4125 minus 75 minus 37.5. 37.5 is 300. So as long as we're only consuming 300 silica throughout the rest of the base, we're fine. As long as because we are only consuming that much throughout everywhere else. By all of it. Yeah, we merge these and then split them again. In a little bit more, gotten that a bit cleaner. Two-tiled constructor. What we need. Ooh, assembler. Two-tiled assembler. We have multiple inputs because we're taking the rubber over here to. Zero clipping. Don't care what any of you say. Zero clipping. I just make the plate. I don't want to run across the entire base to go grab some plate. Let's go get the plate. What? Just being rude there. Okay, minus 15 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Minus 15 times 120. So as long as the last thing I'm doing consumes less than or equal to 120 silica, we're fine. As long as that adds. Riveting game. Rain. I normally get rain. Normally I get dust because normally I'm in the desert. Okay. But one of these suckers, 25 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 times 8. Negative 80. Sweet. We need 80 more silica for... Well, no, because I think we can recycle some of it. Yeah, this has... Why did I think we could recycle silica? I remember why I thought we could recycle silica. There is... Ooh, aluminum solution. So, if I switch over to this one, I would get silica. I just wouldn't get anywhere near enough silica. I could get like one machine's worth of silica. So that's actually not terrible. There is in fact a machine over here that is consuming exactly that many. Very simple. This is far one. We're gonna make it the close one. That's set to 30. And the far one, that's set to full. It's much easier to get this out there than it is to get this. There we go. 37.5. Okay. This is producing 45 water. This is now consuming 135. So this now needs to be producing 90. Okay. To balance it. Sweet. Okay. Blueprints. 2-tiled assembler. What's that? Still wrong, but I'll allow it. Have any more time? What? What? Ah. I see. It's called I'm not done. I'm skipping a step. Like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. And what was not right? Where iron rod would be over there. Iron rod. Gib. Stacks. Stacks on stacks on stacks. Okay. Blue. So I need 30 aluminum casing, which is a single aluminum production. Makes things very easy on me. Called it pretty much like that. You make this. That is your purpose. Make that one item. Alright. We just have to go deal with a slight imbalance of, we have to add... We'll just overclock the one. The one miner in there that's not overclocked. We'll just double overclock it. Alright, but this has to go up there somewhere to a currently undisclosed location. called It's Not Been Built Yet. That's how undisclosed. Called It Doesn't Exist. That is the aluminum built. Steak. Oh, how much console am I consuming? $45. One. I don't have to go expand coal. I do have to go expand silver. Because I'm consuming 42 more than I'm producing. So just technically that's only 2. But we're gonna just double that one site. Blueprint. I can afford a 3. See, the reason we're checking that is because the plan was to make a 4-tile construct. And if we can't afford a 3, we cannot afford a 4. Now we can. I also need to remember, I need to bring 2 power shards in there, not just the one I have on me. I was gonna say, where's all the power cells? I have like 1 billion of them. Oh, I have. Sorry, my friend. It's been an honor carrying you around, letting you see the world. You know, so I was about to just do like a stupid thing, like say we could do slug racing, but it genuinely just occurred to me there's a way of like actually doing slug racing. Is like you set up a bunch of like the splitters, but like they all like weave in and out of each other, but you do it like 50 times, so that way it's like kind of impossible to actually detect like where someone's gonna go, as well as you just have a constant supply of just random not slug items, and then you just each pick an entry point for your slug. You could have 3 people do it because there's 3 colored slugs. This could actually work. Hold on. And you could like watch them traverse. This would be sweet. Oh. Me big brain moment sometime. I thought you will likely be squished soon. I am sorry. I mean, I'm not actually. It helps you sleep. No, your pending doom is nigh. Blueprint. Brutal Constructor. Get is overkill. I unfortunately don't care. Okay. So that's silica now done. So aluminum heat sink. There's a couple more steps to plutonium fuel rods. What are they? So 4.5 times 8. What is that? 36. So as long as I can get 36 steel beam a minute, we're fine. We might, ironically, almost already have that. And depending if we're using the fancy steel recipe or not, we're very close to that. I believe we're already using the fancy steel recipe, though. So maybe I still have to go overclock some coal. / add a coal miner. Sorry about that. It's one of these screws that's consuming steel. Yeah, you're consuming 5 steel beam. And steel beam is getting consumed. 15 is being made. 30, 60, 90. Steel. 30, 60, 90, 120, 180 steel. Well, 100, I'm consuming 100. 120. Oh. But I'm like way, way overproducing on steel. Like, almost horrifyingly high amount. 36, so I need 3 tiled assembler. Constructor, not assembler. Tell me to stay here. Not gonna. You can't make it. Nope. A lot more than it probably should have. Alright. That is now the steel beams automated. Actually, the only thing left is the electromagnetic control rod. Which is going to be stupid, because we need a bunch of them. But might as well. Hit this over there. Stackable. All right. Hard to tell where these things are supposed to be sometimes. Here. Whee. Need this steel over there. I believe the best way of getting the steel over there. I think. Jumper there. Push putting it back there. Stack here. These are not necessarily staying, it's just I feel like they are necessary to make this long of a distance. Okay, but no. That is definitely not staying, it is just necessary for getting that in place. Doesn't need to be 3 tall, it needs to be 2 tall. Oh, it's because I'm out of aluminum. Big old. I can't make aluminum sheeting. Here. I have to go all the way back to main base for aluminum sheeting. Unless I stowed some, which I don't think I did. Please. Please. Tell me there's a bunch in reserve. I don't see any in reserve. No, 'cause I used it all. Like a big old smarty pan. Concrete in places. The reason these are in here is I'm making them at my home base. Not in a useful quantity, but I am making big brain move. Let's make the journey. Wait 1 second. Something just occurred to me. I would like to make about 5 of these. I need a bunch more rotors. What does a bunch more rotors look like? Might look like my death, let's be honest. I have a plan. I am perhaps doing a tad bit of what they would call the scheming. Boomer? Boomer? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm pretty alright with this being as slow as it is currently. I do think I will up its velocity soon. But so close. We're gonna, alright, I'm just gonna say it now, we're gonna get nuclear power going today. I don't care how long it takes for it to. I look stupid with my hat so high up. It looks like I have a monstrous noggin under there. Awesome. Sorry, NASA hat. It was great while you lasted. You did not last long enough. It sucks so much. You just make a jump and then you just die of radiation before you end the jump. Okay. I don't have the con. Going back. Because I need a little bit of concrete to make this happen. A little bit. That'd be uncomfortable. Having a head that big in proportion to your body. I don't think that'd be very great. I can't wait to plug it in and it not work. Well, and it not work. I can't wait for that part. That's gonna be like a kick in the teeth. Is that copper site overclocked? If it's not, I'm just over. Save myself a world of trouble. But if I can just double it, I know I have enough copper then. Okay. Okay. Now we can commence with the I need to get there ASAP movement system. So I think I just stack as many as I can place, one after another. This will, however, definitely make it one directional. At least one of these lines one directional. Unless you wish to die. Okay. We will attempt this first hypothesis at 3 long. Will be the hypothesis. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I need the batteries for. Interesting. It won't let you just place one on it. You can't even just do that. Beautiful, beautiful silence. Thought I was being texted. Oh, I played an excellent prank on my family today. So I went to give plasma the other day. Well, I gave platelets, but I went to give that the other day. So they hook you up to this big machine, so it looks like you've been in like some kind of like big accident if somebody doesn't know what it is that you're doing. So I just sent them a photo of me like in this chair, hooked up, with like blood coming in and out. With like a pained smile on my face saying there was an accident. And just kind of enjoyed that for a hot second. Instead of like, what happened? Why do you appear to be in a hospital bed? It was delicious. I feel like they can absolutely be too close together. And not really all that cramped for space, I guess. So we might as well bear a minute. And only one more of these booster things. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I need to know. Okay. Test of a big lead. Let's hope I don't just die. Oh. I mean, I'm definitely going faster than I normally would be. But I was hoping for more. Maybe I have to stack them closer together and more of them. How come they made the helmet big, but not the respirator? I should also add boost stations like here after I go up the massive wall. I also need to just level that out, not have a giant. I got a bit of speed out of it. Much more experimentation has to happen. And how to get Hyperloop Ultra Speed. I do still wonder what happens if you make Hyperloop Circle with somebody in it. Are they just forever stuck? I mean, it's like something you can't do in single. But is it doable in multiplayer? I just wonder. It is almost 7. Green? Green is new. Alright, we just scrape pretty much as much aluminum, and then we come back. There's been an accident. Alright. Not not a medical accident like what I did to the family. Seems like a game I wished for someone to play, did not play. At least aluminum's close. Just down. That would have been sweet at that time, that, right? I do need to go grab a stack of encased. I used every encased beam I had. And I don't want to find out that one random thing that I need to build uses encased beams. I'm not getting any encased beams out there. Just not happening. No? No. We're not done with steel yet. We are not even close to done with steel yet. We're gonna need more coal. And quite possibly even more iron. Because it just occurred to me, actually, we might not be that far behind on coal, if I think about it. Because what my fear was that the control rods require steel. Well, coal. Well, I'm using quite a lot of steel. Luckily, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe there is still enough coal. Oh. I'm like, when to work? What happened? I bet you could absolutely get yourself in a soft lock situation, even in single player, though. If you made the exit, like, basically going into the entrance. Oh no, I suppose you could always just switch to go out the other direction. Unless you made an entrance and exit on both sides, in which case I'm not sure. You just hope your power plant starts to... Say hi to the purple slug. Hi purple slug 1, purple slug 2, hi blue slug down there in the forest. I saw hi blue slug right there. A lot of blue slugs around. They're definitely not meant to just climb this mountain though. This is a very tall... Well, actually, no. There's some rather unique water features up here. If you're not meant to climb it. It's definitely not empty. Actually, this seems like an excellent place to gather water from. Because it's all really high. So you can just drop it down and never have to worry about pressure. There's my oil plant that no, that's my power plant. My first oil power plant. That we will probably just eat at some point because it's really, really bad. And it would be kind of interesting to make like a mega oil site that condenses all the oil. And I mean, to be honest, it'd be really fun just to make everything condensed site for each item. Like a max overclocked miner on every node for everything. Hi, Yellow. How's it going over there? You can really see the distance on these things are really nice. Like being able to see that from this distance is quite impressive. Oh, that's a cool shot right there. Only I didn't have big head mode on. And just peeking in between the mountains. Massive, massive industrial plant. They pop their different distance-based textures on and off. Definitely we need more boosters. Small boosters. Oh, wow. You can see line. What it's doing there. It goes all cloudy, so it doesn't have to render it. Smart. Medium-sized brain. I just want to see if I overclocked this copper deposit or not. I kind of feel like I did, but I'm not actually sure. I mean, judging by the fact that I'm bringing in copper, kind of... No, if... let's just check. Where's spiders at one point? I don't know how many spiders. Not overclocked. I can overclock it and then double everything up. Okay. Copper is not a major problem. Just dies right here. Be very sad. Because there is plenty of copper to go around. I can double overclock, make... Yeah, I'll make the AI limiter... Actually, might just be easiest to make everything. This AI limiters and stator make electromagnetic control rod. That was not what I meant to do. Okay. 1.5 square. I need 54 steel pipe. I need 3 more steel pipe. I need to be able to consume 90 steel. If I can consume 90 more steel without it being a problem, then there is genuinely no problem with the steel. I don't know if I can eat another 90 though. I think I have a lot to just eat. There. 60 times. Yeah, it's a freaked out. Another 90. Because it's minus 30, minus 60. One, two, three, four, 5. Minus 5 times 30 is 90. Mine. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh. So steel production was massively behind before this. As in, I was never going to be able to support this much steel. Ever. Because we're severely negative. Yeah, we're 150 negative. So effectively, we're negative 240. We need to fix a deficit of negative 240. So, we need 4 more of these steel ingots. We need 160 raw iron. Do we have 163 raw iron? I kind of feel like we do. Like suspicion. We have way, way more iron than we could ever hope to deal with. Yeah, because this is a full belt right here. This is a full 780 belt. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. $780 minus 9 times 30. 510 minus 15. Minus 160. For all that. Minus 60. Yeah, so we have 275 iron plate. I mean iron, raw iron left. Oh. We need to change it. Supposed to be in Zoop. Zoopity, zoopity, zoop. Okay, can I pick this up now? Okay. I need 4 refined foundries. I can't even make a balloon. That's single there. Rotor. Foundry. What's the thing I was short on? Don't need that coal in my inventory. Okay. Now, luckily, I stashed a bunch of these components in a chest. Luckily. Nope. I remember what I was doing sunshine. But not all the time, 'cause that'd be too convenient. I'm out of screws, as I recall. Let's get some storage. There. Now I'm only slightly incredibly negative. But think positive. All 1/2. I'm currently being pressed into the floor right now. We're on the cusp of greatness. My power issues are almost solved for a long time. Almost. Can't wait to have one of the worst setups. One of the worst power setups. It'll be awesome. Because if you're new and didn't know this, the uranium deposit I chose is actually like literally the worst. As in, there's literally not another uranium deposit on the map that is as bad as the one I'm using. Every other deposit is or normal, one of the two. And the one I am using is impure. Also, it's in a very remote and difficult to use location. Yes. More efficient by a lot. It works. Can't have that happening. No, no, no. It is beautiful. You simply lack the comprehension. Understand its beauty. Oh. Is it the option one must take? Okay. And then we just tie this into main power. This produces a whole bunch of the steel. Why is that always staying on? It's the orange from the other thing. Don't question it. It is the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. Just don't. That will eventually fix the steel supply once I now fix the coal supply. Because I'm now running quite a large coal deficit. Which is kind of a funny thing to say. Your nuclear power plant is running a large coal deficit. Like, I might not be an expert, but I don't think that's how things are supposed to work. Could be wrong. Yes. Steel is, in particular, this type of steel is needed. Not getting super bounced by the pole. Nope. Aggressive autosaves. If I'm over here to get placed like that, to go up like that. Let's grab 4 slug shards and run. Actually, no, we don't even have to grab 4 slug shards. We just have to make sure we can build 2 miners over on the coal. But technically, I think we can just level 3 miner. Mark 3 miner, can I build one? Not currently. If I were to say build the right thing, in the form of 3 of ye old-timey McGee's. Probably still do it with grabbing a whole load of ye. Load of ye. Look at this coal. An add 160. That's how much needs to be added. And then I will have coal and steel for the final. I'll have raw steel and coal for the last step of the way. Shouldn't have to mess with coal anymore after this, though. Could be. There should be more coal right around here. There is cave. What is that? Excuse me? What is you? I mean, you're obviously hostile. You're cool looking. Give hog remain. Not sure I understand. Don't really seem all that spooky, scary skeleton to me. To be honest. Due to their lack of unique loot, I think I will just let them live for a little bit. I think I actually had coal just fine beforehand. It's definitely fine now. So now, let's go make the steel tubes that we needed. Oh gosh, what the heck happened there? Let's go do the math again. Oh yeah. Eight times 1.5. That's 105, not 1.5. 1.5. Divided by 4, it's 3. 6. Divided by 5 times 15 is 54. And 54 divided by 20 is 3 and a bit machines. Machine that. Why must it be? Why? Because I don't know of a good way of simply reversing those. A bit unfortunate. Don't worry about them not being in line. It's vaguely intentional. Okay. Steel pipe. Steel pipe. Steel pipe. Hey. That is now steel pipe done. That's all the steel pipe we will ever need. Now, there is some more things to be done. For example, there is a large supply of corundum over here that is not being produced quite right due to it being produced like this. Which is as what might be anticipated. Just not quite the way it should be done. Just the light. Okay. What's the input? This Criterium supply. I honestly do not remember. It should be enough, but I believe it's coming from over here. Yeah. Pure node. So there's 480 being pumped in. 480 divided by 45. So we need 11 machines producing Criterium ore. And then the numbers get weird again. Or I just leave them. Or I just make 10. And check how much is actually needed from that one over there. What am I looking for? Something concrete, which is over there. I'm also gonna need to grab a bunch of iron plate. There ain't no way I have anywhere near enough in my inventory. Iron plate here? I don't believe there's any iron plate in these guys. There's not. Over here. Grab these guys. They don't care if I... What we call stones. Big stone. Yeah, there's a solution here. I'll figure it out at some point. But right now, it's not that point. Okay. Blueprints. 3-tiled smelter. Need a butt ton of you. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Finally, the buffer paid off. That C getting constantly held down is really long. 1, 2, 3. Four, 5, 6. Almost ready to say 7, 8, 9. Almost. Seven, 8, 9. And 11. Okay. These are all going to be producing rhodium. I know it is not broken. Don't worry. You don't need to be like, "Ree! He said the wrong thing! Devour his soul!" Not necessary. Yet. I say it again a couple more times incorrectly. Then you guys can devour his soul. Maybe. Criterium. Okay, now you guys can devour my soul. When I'm auto-correcting to the wrong. Hey, a bit unfortunate. Hey. Okay. So, we have 10.6 repeating. Times 15 is 106. What is tweak wire recipe? Divide by 12. I need 14 producers. I need 14 charcoal. This does have the slight problem that I'm pretty sure the outputs is literally going to be higher than what a one belt can handle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's gonna be 800. Well, we just have to cut one of them off, which is fine. We'll just cut it and remerge it with that line right there. That line. But actually, that line doesn't technically exist for that point now. everything else can get funneled that way. But I need to go collect a bunch of iron plate from somewhere. Doesn't happen to have iron plate. Iron rock. Like, something's not right there. Now I need 14 of these suckers, and I have 6 of them. Oh. Something about what I just said feels weird. Doesn't feel right. I don't know why. I don't know. And I'm only going to place one of these. Inventory. Perhaps I should have taken the optional crafting recipe that was just more inventory slots. I thought it was stupid. Now I'm thinking maybe it was not stupid. Maybe it was in fact hyper intelligent. That makes 12. We just take 2 more. 2 tiled constructs. We put all the bad man pajamas together. Okay, that's power done. Let's get all the inputs done. All now making quick wire. These guys have to go this way so they can go the other way. Kind of. Okay. So that's all the quick wire for all the AI limiters we're going to. We still need additional copper. Not a great deal additional copper, but additional copper nonetheless. We will get that by just going up to the nearby copper deposit and overclocking it. I'm running another line down, because we happen to be very close to where that line will come down. What we want to see. We do have to steal the steel pipeline and bring that over here as well. We will do the copper last, because we need the most of the remaining copper. As in, everything else is theoretically produced, it just has to be collected in the right spot. You're right. We use a stackable to make the few who there who are brought by this factory happy. Oh, that's almost perfect too. That's kind of cool. Shame it will never be perfect. Next 1.58. The last thing. 4 is 3. I need 2.4 machines producing AI limiters. I need a 2-tile to set. In theory, 3-tile to set would actually be desirable. What is desired? But because that will never work for me, because the game has decided that I'm not allowed a 3-tiled set. We will simply use 2-tiled followed by a 1-tile. You shall make the island. Should be quite a happily rapidly paced. Copper sheeting to a set. Okay. Next step, the stator. Probably put in a different order. Okay. So 3 times 6 is 18. Divide by 5. I need 3.6 machines. So I need 4 machines. It's really simple. In fact, it's the easiest one to make. Divide the parts. I doubt I can even make the parts. Make almost enough parts. Well, it looks like actually I might be able to eke by if I make some screws. Alright, I have 11 of them. I'm going to make 20. And then try and place in the hopes that probably they know that is enough. Suppose if you made maybe Okay, so don't question it, just accept it. Not something to be concerned about. No, it's not. It kind of just occurred to me that I think effectively all I do is just duplicate what's up there, and then I can continue to use these lines. I just have to break two off. It's a weird feeling. Having something be that attainable. I forgot. I forgot. That thing. Okay. The cop is soon to be all that is required. Soon. Now, I just need 3 more. And then I can't forget I have to go make a massive amount of the other thingy bobbers. Yeah, I need 3 more craft assemblers, which are pretty easy enough to fit in. The question is, can I afford 3 more assemblers? I can if I make correct number. If I make 8 more rotors. Make 8 more rotors and I can afford it. How close am I to making any rotors? 0. That's close. Let me increase 1 by 1. Slow. Did I change it to the right number? I did change it to the right number. That's good. I'm glad I changed it. Two more. Go. Yep. Well, that's a pure node up there. I can't just directly duplicate what's up there. We'll see what we can do. Problem. Interesting smell. It's almost like peanut. I'm not sure. Not sure if it should be concerned that it smells almost like peanut butter. What? I feel like the proper answer is probably be concerned as to why I've done this. That would be. 5. A little bit more copper, and then all we have left is to actually put together these last 8 machines and put them into a shredder. A little bit more copper. Little weensy bit more. Let's figure out how much more copper we need. So 40 times 4? 160. What is wire production value? 30 to 50. Okay. Well, it's not divided by 15, so it's divided by 2. We'll divide by is okay, so we need 80 raw copper ingot plus what do you need? 25 of that. How much copper sheet? So 25 times 3 divided by 10 times 20 8. We need 230 more copper. But if we can get 230 more raw copper, that's it. We're golden. We're done. We just have the last, like, actual, like, setting up the final stage of the recycle. Plugs. Coming over here, grab plugs. Plugs have a unique thing called I can eat them. Taste delicious. I need to consume 2 of them. And I come back over here to the top 4. I should be able to get 230 out of overclocking it, even if it's just a normal. Long as it's a Mark III. If it's not a Mark III, things might get a bit interesting. No, I'm not going to be able to get up there anyways. I haven't seen those new guys before. Like, when did they add those? The weird, like, gorilla guys that run around? That drop hog? That was weird. New. How much copper are you producing? Okay, let's say you are Mark III, right? Is it Mark III? 1, 2, 3. Ah, I see. Okay. 240 divided by 30? Yes. 8. Actually, no, I think it's a lot easier if I go the other way with it. Poison plant. What's poison plant doing? Blueprint. Uno, dos, tres. Entonces. Is that right? Okay, I don't know if those numbers I'm saying are correct. You ever know that this is the correct number for these bad ones. So, that part's done. You are to produce copper. Control seeing. No, I never did the. There we go. Alright. There be the copper we required. Okay. So I need 8 machines producing aqua sheeping. They are produced in these machines. I fit 8. I think so. One, two, three. Cable. Heel. Here. 3. No. Good. You are all to produce the copper. Can't wait to get into your family. It'll be so almost taste the nuclear fission. Not sure I'm supposed to though. Guys, I can taste the radiation. Is this good? Not sure it's good. And then right here, we will make it simply expand a little bit more. I'm still somewhat concerned my power grid is not going to be able to handle this large of a factory booting. Oh, hello. Yes, we can have a round of applause. I did not see the one they did this morning. I have seen the large heads and some animals being large and some animals being small. I did find a new animal, though. There's a weird gorilla guy with like a red eye who's blue. But he has hog drops. So I'm thinking he's experimental. Or he's just the reskin of the hogs. And they just went all out for whatever reason, making the hogs look weird. It might be an in-joke. It is just now occurring to me that it might be like a joke that I'm just not understanding. Probably is. How? No, I didn't want to do that. So, second one. 20 times 1.5 times 8 is 12 divided by 4 is 3 times 6 is 18 divided by 5 times 40 is 144y. Divided by 30 is 4.8, so 5 machines. Go down for that. Oh, there it goes. I am, however, getting super close to nuclear, which is very exciting for me. Let us not fall to the death. We didn't fall to it. I knew we wouldn't. The entire time. I wasn't worried. Those are definitely not staying there. Ah, okay. I mean, it's nice of them to do that. It was a nice, like, gesture. They're old people who aren't forgotten, even though I'm sure this is not quite what they originally thought they were signing up for. I'll sneak under this edge. That's doable. There we go. I'm not 100% sure when you got here. But we are incredibly, incredibly close to turning on this nuclear plant. Like, we will have it on by the end of the night. It is. It's actually not. I don't think it's illegal to learn how to make radioactive substances. Plus, I'm pretty sure the way you actually make plutonium is not the way that you make it in the game. A slight suspicion of mine. Whee! Then we drop. Then we catch. Okay. Coil comes to this one, and sheet goes to that one. No. Oh. And I've used the stackables a lot more. Probably not as much as I should have, but I have used them a great deal extra. I was disappointed to find out though the little whales are not bouncy. Very disappointed by that. So I was very excited when I first found out the little whales were bouncy. Well, I was very excited to think that the little whales would be even more bouncier than the big whales are, but they are not, which is sad. I like how I was like all proud telling you that, like, oh, I learned how to use stacked conveyor belts as I just proceed to not use the stacked conveyor belts in the slightest. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even after the Manhattan Project, things were not very safe for people. Like, in Japan, they had a plutonium, like, enrichment, well, not plutonium, but a uranium enrichment facility. And they had really nice procedures that said, like, hey, do it this way to not cause a lot of damage for everyone involved. And they kind of just went, well, yes, but metal bucket. And then a lot of people got damaged because they decided metal bucket was better than the way they were supposed to do it. Well, I do suppose there is some additional history with Japan and nuclear reactions. I did not quite mean it in that type of nuclear reaction. That one's a bit aggressive. No, I was thinking more when nuclear reactors were first really being built to, like, actually be used for stuff, not just to make bombs. Yeah. I do think, like, even, like, nuclear disasters are almost, like, overhyped at this point, which feels like an odd thing to say, but, like, even the very worst, like, Chernobyl, has had a substantially smaller death toll than, like, coal mines. Just... That, it's kind of funny, because, like, once you look at it, it's actually one of the safest methods of getting power. But just, it's been, like, demonized. Now, I'm not saying that we need a nuclear power plant everywhere. Like, places where there are earthquakes, when probably shouldn't get them. Just because, you know, how many earthquakes till you have real problems. But they could definitely be a lot more places than they are without any problem in my eyes. Although, I am just a... Well, not even a... Well, actually, I am kind of a YouTuber. I have almost cut down the 7 days to a point where it's actually uploadable. And by that, I mean I have actually uploaded all of it. I just haven't, like, made it viewable, which is entirely on me. I will send you the link once I make it private. Unfortunately, I had to break it up each day into its own separate video because YouTube, when you're getting started on it, has a max upload limit of 12 hours. So I had to cut out all sleeping, like, and when I was eating, I cut out most of that time. On day 2, I just had to cut out a bunch of time in general. Like, it was just too much. I did just too much on day 2. It was, too much for the system to handle. So I had to do some cutting out, which I wasn't necessarily the happiest about, but I just fast-forwarded a bunch of stuff, and it was not a big problem. We should be getting outputs. Why aren't we getting outputs? Because these have not been set. But then I also have Satisfactory Saturdays all being saved. And also, how's the quality of the stream? Because I think I found out some of the issues that, like, were causing me to have lots of problems. And on top of that, I'm actually now recording... The YouTube videos will be at, like, 1440p. At least for the time being. I'm going to try and get them to be beefier, like maybe 4K, but 4K is a bit pushing it. And it's less of that I don't think my hardware can handle it. It's more of I don't have a way of viewing 4K right now. So I wouldn't be able to tell if it was, like, good 4K or not. I know I'm definitely not recording in 4K. That's for sure. Okay. Aw. Yeah, I remember, it was like lo-fi beats that had been going for, like, forever. Hey, if it works, it works. Can you blame me? It's just slightly, just a little bit overkill. Just a little bit. I think the best part, though, is that I still don't have a 4K monitor. So I have so much horsepower, and I just can't actually use it all that well. Because then I have a really nice camera that takes really nice, like, 5.2K images. Don't have anywhere near that level of resolution monitor, so I can't view them that detailed. It's kind of funny. I'm hoping to remedy that soon. That's how most people do it, actually. Well, I can't say most. I know that's a very popular way of doing it. Because it means you can have one PC set up for streaming, and all of your hotkeys and stuff on that one for streaming, so you physically can't accidentally, like, oh, the game says Shift Control Plus for one thing, but you have that mapped to your start and stop. I've seen that done because it eliminates that issue, which is an interesting method of doing it. It's just, I could do that. I just am not. Plus, I'd need a capture card. I don't have a capture card. I mean, it could be doable. I mean, well, actually, it would be cool, except airflow. There's a slight problem called there's no space for airflow on the supercomputer. That seems like just a slight problem. English.exe has stopped working. Why is it purple? How did you make that happen? We're so close. We are on the cusp of greatness. One. Gosh, dang it. I get so excited that I just forget. Actually, wait a minute. Now that I think about it. I forget that that is even an option. Thank you for telling me how English.exe works. It's cool. Oh, cable wouldn't change its position. That's why it disappeared. I'm kind of terrified to actually turn it on though, because I'm not sure my power grid can handle the power surge of all of the machines kicking on to actually produce the nuclear fuel. And so I'm really worried that it's going to shut down before the first nuclear fuel makes it to a nuclear reactor. But after there's nuclear material everywhere. I would definitely say a regular computer would be just fine. Considering, you know, they were built with like 1960s era computers, which were not known for obscene amounts of power. I have it. Let's see the exact number I need to make. So, I mean, I suppose you could argue like, oh, it's some future design that requires like super high levels of calculations and whatnot, but I don't know. Oh, would you be interested in watching Rain World? It is also completely fair if you have no idea what that is. I have not seen it. I have seen there is a chip in the swamp that requires it to open, which is a bit annoying because I don't have it. Okay, I have two things approaching from the right, two things approaching from the left. Yeah, because there's one of the boxes in the swamp that you can't open without it. I don't know how you... Yeah, there's you know, like the crash escape pods where you get the chips for research. There's one like here-ish that uses the quantum computer to open it. Ah, what? So, because I launched this world after that holiday event, I just can't. Just can't get those, which is cool. Yeah, okay. That chip is forever gone to me, which is very sad. Alright, well, now that I know I need to check over here. Hmm. What if instead I did it from here? Like that, that would be the ideal order. Sweet, okay. So that's the placement I want. Well, I don't think so, because the game seems to want to run as a server all the time, and I don't think servers really like having their date. Well, yeah. Yeah. If it's an update, I can't do anything about it. If it's a timed thing, I can just go back for it. Although I somewhat doubt it's not a timed thing. Well, I mean, I somewhat doubt it's not an update thing. Because, I mean, right now, I highly doubt they're doing the exact same thing every Christmas. They could be. But I'd imagine they probably have to rework it a lot every Christmas. So I have... This is the correct range stacking of things. I like this design. It's a bit different. Actually, I'm not really sure which one I like. It's much quicker to set this up than it is to do that style. But I'm not... I think that style's more space efficient, especially on the taller machines. Yeah. They're adding new content every time. It's definitely a update thing. I mean, there is then a chance that I could just roll back the game to that, but that sounds like a really, really good way to just demolish my save file. Seems like that's how, if I wanted to just demolish everything I'd done, rolling back seems like the way to do that. For sure. Couple more things linked together. That actually is substantially better than anticipated. It's because it's deserved. You've had it too good for too long. Not having to suffer. You've grown soft. Weekly. Well, how's your power plant coming? It was... Yeah. How's your substantially nicer power plant coming? I do. I was watching. I did find that out. Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to keep our worlds. But I don't think I'll be all of that, like, terrible. Like, I'm not gonna cry if I don't get to. I'm really hoping I get to keep this world. But if I don't, I don't. Just means I have to do a month-long stream then. Because I might actually have time to do that. Oh, there will... Unfortunately, for a couple of weeks, maybe even about a month, Satisfactory Saturdays will stop. In fact, basically all streams will stop. Because I am moving. And to make the move, I have to drive 4,000 miles. Is fun. And... really easy to do. And the cool part is I'm not even leaving the country I'm in. But to get there, I do have to leave the country, which is a bit funny. I have to leave my country to re-enter my country. A normal thing to have to do. Oh no. See, I'm just trying to give you some new thoughts on how you could make your conveyor belts. Like, look at these new high-level designs you had never thought of before. But the funny part is I'm actually moving from Alaska. And it is a very long drive. Bit of a long one. I feel like the most unceremonious part of this is that, like, we just end it like this. Like, so, like, literal days of effort has been poured into getting this one machine powered. I will be in Canada for a bit. I'm excited. I intend to take lots of pretty pictures, because it'll be my third time in Canada? Essentially second. Because we drove up through Canada the first time, but I was not young enough to be the driver, and I spent the majority of the time playing From the Depths on my iPad, on my old laptop. Yeah, no, I will not be, because I intend to drop down to Seattle right away, because I have family there. And so it's the first, like, stop on my journey. is going and stopping to see my great uncle. I don't really want to come back for anything here, because once this place gets irradiated, it's irradiated. I don't want to deal with it. What do you mean you don't want to tell the entire world your exact location? I'm sure nothing bad has ever happened from people doing it. I'm sure. It is kind of awful what people will do with any little tiny piece of information you give them. Nah, in theory, the right amount is being produced. Okay. You jest. But the USA kind of already did that. There is a particular part of this state where the US government basically just said, hey, what if we just buried some nuclear waste? Like, wouldn't that be crazy? And like, what if we just didn't tell anybody that we did that? And then people got cancer because they buried nuclear waste in dirt. Not in like a concrete building, no, just in dirt to find out the effects it would have. And now all the moose there have cancer, and you can't go there unless you want to die a long and slow death in like 40 years. They also made a bunch of the natives move, except, you know, everybody seems to hate natives for some reason. No matter. Yup. Oh, Mr. White. I think that's it. I want to double check my steel ratio, because it feels not quite enough, but I think we're good to turn it on. So 4.5 times 8 is 36. As long as I am producing more than 36 steel plate, which I should be producing 40, we are good to turn this place on. Here's where I find out I left like one machine in standby. Yeah. I feel bad for like whoever actually owns that house now, because apparently they just get pizzas thrown on the roof all the time. Unfortunate. Or actually, I don't know if it's that address that gets pizzas thrown on its roof all the time, or if it's the actual house they used. I would somewhat hope he would use like a fake address to allow the future homeowners some like peace of mind, knowing that they're not constantly going to be swamped by by fans of the show. But I don't know. I could also see him just not really realizing that people going there to throw pizzas on the roof was going to be a huge thing. Okay. 15. All right. We are ready to turn this place on. Now, there is a slight problem called I have made the elevator here directly next to the nuclear fuel source. I want to real quickly make a alternate way up to the staging ground. So that way I don't lock myself out of here. What would be the funny thing, though, is that even if I do just immediately die, it doesn't matter, because this place is entirely self-sufficient. I don't have to care about it in the slightest. We're here. I was somewhat hopeful there would be like mega crabs. Like the flyers would be like quadrupled in size, but they weren't. It was a little sad. Hi, slug. Oh, and I started experimenting with placing a bunch of Hyperloop entrances one after another to send you super fast through pipes. It has not quite had the 100% desired effect yet, but I definitely get a much better boost right off the bat. There we go. Now we can take this nice and safe side passageway that won't be ridiculously irradiated in 5 minutes. Whee! I do enjoy the big hits. Funny. I think the best April Fool's joke this game could do, though, would be to just make spiders everywhere. Yeah, I do remember that. Like, I don't remember going through it. I remember hearing about it from people who did. Okay, so you are fully overpowered. No. You need to be. Because I built down there around you being fully overclocked. But I checked that. It would have really sucked to have a super like, fluctuating power grid. Go for it. Please don't hurt me. Much appreciated. Okay, so I just turned power on, and I can't see. Cool. I have also seen his incredible world that is truly something to behold. I want to see it start, and then I'm probably gonna go take my safe path around to actually see it start powering things on. It's probably a really stupid idea, though. I'm probably gonna go down, and then it's gonna flip my power grid. And then I'm either gonna fall to my death right here and just not be able to get back ever, or I'm going to get stuck at the down here. I just want to see everything. I haven't seen his nuclear setup though, although I believe he just did a giant nuclear like waste bunker near one of the waterfalls that he just chocked full of stuff. Alright, so it's made it to the first zone. Hasn't made it. Huh? Oh. It is radioactive, it's just not very radioactive. haven't made it to the second layer yet. We have, it's just not nearly enough. What is my power grid currently like? That's beautiful. Like, I know he made the giant, like, tornado of belts that just was absolutely monstrously large. Actually, that might have been real civil engineer. How bad would it be if I picked this up? Only mildly radioactive. So the shots you're thinking of, if I die with it in my inventory, it's incredibly hard to get back here to recover it. I'm just thinking I'd really like to get one of these reactors going before I felt safe about leaving this place unattended for any period of time. That was close. Oh, so slow. Power grid. How are we doing? We're getting close. Max consumption's just so... Wish there was a max production so that way I could see how much power this plant's actually going to make. So my Anthony, I think, was day 3. I think that's when I snapped. I just stopped caring. Man, they must burn through these things incredibly slow if they're this slow to produce. I guess they're nuclear. They're meant to be infinite. Still can't wait for fusion energy though, because I think, oh, that's probably actually coming. But I'm not sure how they'd balance it with the game. Because I mean, like... No, I knew it. I figured it was another person. The more it piles up, the more radio. Enough to power 36 reactors. As the encased uranium cell, I'm using this recipe, which is 20 per minute in each of these, and I have 12. So 12 times 20. 240, I believe. Because these consume 20 and these produce 20 per minute, so I figured it will work out pretty well. Because I'm also using the different uranium fuel rod recipe, the one that uses beacons. That, you know, might be leaving me soon. I hope it doesn't leave me soon. I hope if it does, they just change beacon to be like an crafting item that takes the exact same resources. So fuel rods should never build up. Uranium will build up to a degree, and in case uranium cell will build up to a degree. 240 per minute. Unless you mean uranium fuel rods, in which case I have to do some more math. So it'd be 0.6 times 12. So 7.2? That doesn't feel right. Maybe it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is right? So 7.2 uranium fuel rod per minute, which should run all of this pretty happily. And if it doesn't, I'm pretty sure I've overbuilt on the reactor side, so I can just cut out a few reactors without much fuss. Would be a bit pain considering they're all supposed to be balanced. But... No. Okay, it had to have just produced them, so they have to have been just on their way to a nuclear reactor. So they have to be in one of these nuclear reactors. Yes. Yeah! That's the first 3. The first 3 online. Yeah. I don't have to worry about power for a very long time, considering 3 of the 36 doubled my power. Oh yeah. I do wonder, can I see waste? No, waste is on the front. There it is. There she goes. I should be careful over here, because I heard plutonium stuff is very aggressive against pioneers. Otter. And then nothing here should ever build up, because I am always consuming more uranium and more non-fissile uranium than I am actually capable of producing on every step. So nothing here should ever build up. Final factory creative? Are they teasing a creative world? Because I know a lot of people would actually quite like that for like figuring out designs. I think that's a mod. First bit of uranium wave. Oh, yeah. That's what it meant. So happy about my power plant working. the fact that it just the first 3 doubled my power grid. Especially considering, you know, that me 12 this will be a 12x increase in my total power production for this one facility. You get irradiated for standing on top. You definitely take damage. Well, Final Fantasy is not my forte, but I know of its existence. Like, it's not my favorite. I'll give it that. But I know of its existence, so it's not oftentimes at the forefront of the brain. Also, I just saw more uranium fuel come out. Should now be seeing the first row come online. We're past max consumption. Let's go. Only took us 11 days. Only took us 11 days to get past, well, to get nuclear power running. So happy this works. Look, they're all with the last. Cooling up. Ooh. We have. Oh, no. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Because I stole out of those two. Would be nice. I do want to quickly double check that I'm not stockpiling fuel for an accident. Good. Oh yeah. You've never seen more full belts than this. Yeah, no, they're designed to be optimal. What? In here. Not. I've worked too long and hard for this not to be straight. Although, I mean, we gotta remember, I'm not using every uranium site on the map. I'm just using one of them, and I'm using literally the worst one. If I'd wanted this base to be truly cursed, I should have built all of this up there and had to just manually pipe all of the water I needed up there. think I was half dead making these. Alright, the last two are yet to come on. They're 60%. Huh. Oh, I see. They get really radioactive just before they're done. So much of the plant is so close to, like, turning on. Ooh, we even just turned on the last two. Sweet. Alright, our plant will now 100% work. Well, now I feel like I'm going to adopt some new building techniques to complete phase 4. I think I'm going to try setting up like an actual like block system. I'm thinking somewhere over here because I haven't been over here yet, so I don't know what's over here or up here. But I'm thinking I'd like to do a setting up like a 10 by 10 grid where each inside of each grid is one designated item. Although I think what I'll actually do is I'll have like a 2 by 2, well, a 4 by 4, an 8 by 8, and a 16 by 16 grid. So that way I have different like scale. So if I'm gonna do like a really big thing that just requires a bunch of stuff, I can use the 16 by 16. But try and keep it down to like the 2 by 2s, 4 by 4s. Please stop. No, help. Okay. It's the first half. Okay. The first 18 are on. Which means we should have just enough casino. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get the recycle and get rid of the random bit. Because surely some of these should be turning on soon. I'd like to see one actually like in motion. Okay. This area is super radioactive. Maybe I don't want to see one of these in action. Evidently, it is very not happy. Okay, it's just those that are very not happy. You're out. Okay, so yeah, that one should kick on before any of the others. Keyword being should. I have a feeling they could make you a smoothie. I don't know if they could have, like, I think they're just not quite big enough to make more than a smoothie, though. I think the industrial, like, 14 people blenders. Ooh, it's spinning. Have enough power to make you a smoothie. The industrial smoothie. So the little one goes spoom, 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 spoom. And the medium one starts going spoom, 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 spoom. And I'm going to guess the big one starts going spoom, spoom. Yes. I do need to add a bunch of the batteries here, though. That way I can flatten out the curve that these guys suck back. And it all goes face spot. Yep. That means there should now be plutonium on that belt. Quite like to see. Instantly vaporizes me. Ooh, okay. That's a lot of it. It's a lot more than I was expecting. I did check. I looked at the wiki, and the wiki says no getting rid of plutonium waste for you. You have to do all the fanciness. And even if it didn't, it is built now, so it's done. There's no going back. But I am making, I believe, well, I'm set up to handle 2 plutonium fuel rod per minute. I believe I'm actually going to be hitting like a little under 1 per minute. There you go. That's an idea. Get rid of it. That's the one thing I don't quite get. Is like, nuclear waste is still nuclear. It's still outputting radiation. If it's still putting out radiation, then surely you can still use it for power. Like, I get the design might have to be different, but like, as long as it's radioactive, it's radioactive. I don't quite see the problem. I could see the recycling waste being kind of unique, though, where rather than a and warfare. It is also used a lot for warfare, surprisingly. Depleted uranium tanks and tank shells, because apparently it has very unique material properties. In that when you hit a solid object with it going ridiculously fast, ooh, 2 of them powered on, you just kind of bulldoze things. Because apparently uranium, like, shells, when you fire them at another tank, self-sharpen upon impact. So they just cut through armor, like even very large armor. I don't want to see my first plutonium fuel cell. Fuel rod. You are already radioactive? Or am I just getting caught from there? I have a feeling this is already radioactive. Holy cow. Plutonium fuel rods are ridiculously aggressive then if... Is that because lead, like, sinks over time? So the more lead in your surface, the younger the object? It does mean that, like, the core is super rich in super heavy metals, which would be nice if we could get to them. But I do have curiosities as to how bad it is to take the core out. We are still not at full capacity yet. We have 18 generators on. Well, a minimum 18. I believe we actually have somewhere in the ballpark of 1. Why is that first one on, but the rest of them not? I don't believe that should be possible. But I really want to see this guy get cracked. Actually, though, he will be there forever, so I am going to go investigate what's going on over here. You guys are... Evidently they were on. They were just waiting for me to get close to show they were on. No fuel. Do you have fuel? No. Alright, it is the last line to turn on. Also, I just find it kind of funny how... Wow. Wow. Plutonium is incredibly aggressive. But I want to see the tickets. I believe I get a lot of tickets for this. Okay. So basically, you take a uranium deposit and you see what percentage of it is lead, and then that tells you how old the deposit is, right? I know what a half-life is. I did chemistry. It's just a little while ago. I remember with like the whole carbon dating thing where you use the sun. Well, you don't use the sun, you use the radiation from the sun. Because the carbon underground hasn't been exposed to the sunlight, so all of the carbon isotopes that start decaying after like 1,000 years start decaying. So then you can use like the percentage of the carbon that you find. You're just burning through my filters, aren't you? No. I hate this filter. Just for you. You're just eating them. You're not. Although I do kind of feel like this area is really, really overbuilt. We're so close to seeing a plutonium tool rod. And then I'll probably call it night. I'm getting kind of tired. I think it's also a lot later than I thought it was. I have to keep like exiting to check my radiation level. And I wonder if the static showing up on screen indicates... Actually, I think that's a bigger point to us being a robot than it is to us not being a robot. The static showing up on the screen. But I don't think eyes necessarily get it this way. I do know that, like... There he goes! Alright, tell me, what did you give me? 55. Oh, terribly much. compared to where I'm already at. It's unfortunate. Hoping for a lot more. Okay. I mean, the place feels severely overbuilt, but it was somewhat meant to be overbuilt. It's so not happy. I'll go over there apparently. Well, robots can take damage from radiation. I mean, for example, your memory. If you live higher up, just anywhere, like elevation-wise, if you the higher you are, the more likely you are to experience computer crashes. Because high energy particles from space will hit the atmosphere, they'll come down, they'll get dispersed, but the higher up, the less atmosphere there is to protect you, and also the thinner the atmosphere. And if it hits your memory, or even your CPU actually, it has the ability to flip a bit. And if it flips a bit, well, now suddenly you've got wrong information where you had correct information. I mean, that's not necessarily physical damage. It would explain why we recover from it if we walk away. And you can shield it. It takes a lot of shielding, and you have to. But some computer parts are perfectly fine being put in a nuclear power plant. Others are very not happy to go into a nuclear power plant. Because your storage will get ripped to shreds if you put it in the nuclear power plant. If you put the sensor that reads to the storage that then is off somewhere in a control room in a lead box, well, that's fine. Because it's not the high energy particles hitting the computer, it's the high energy particles hitting the cell containing the information inside the computer. That's the problem. That's why basically all spacecraft have like triple redundant systems where like everything is computed multiple times. And if there's ever a discrepancy, things get recalculated and checked and stuff because it means something happened. And it can be really bad for your system. Like, if you ever just had your computer just like sitting on your desk and then all of a sudden it blue screened out of nowhere, you didn't touch it or anything, that could potentially be a high energy particle hitting your computer and saying, no, you're having a bad time now. But I find it kind of funny. Now that's a power grid. I can't wait for your power grid to utterly smash this one. That's a power grid. Yeah, I discovered that on accident today. The photo mode. Oh, the gun doesn't... I have mile-long gun. Because the gun doesn't zoom through. That's weird. Alright, so if Can I really just... Huh. I can. The nuclear facility is done. Now I can stop neglecting all of the other facilities. And this should never need my attention again. Due to in 3 days when my power grid shuts down. Oh yeah, it says like all that HUD stuff won't show up in your final image. Oh, I'm guessing you mean for the zoom. I think it actually looks kind of nice. I wish the cloud wasn't here right now, so that way I could actually see it. Okay, gotta be a little careful. We'll still try and just demolish. Like, yeah. Like, as an example, there's a supercomputer, I think in Canada, that is built halfway up a mountain, and they actually record a proportionally larger amount of crashes in their supercomputer compared to another one that's built at the base of the, well, not at the base of the mountain, but nearby at the base, like at sea level. They actually like recorded a noticeable difference. What I find right. It's kind of cool to think about. Because, it actually happened in aerospace. Not in aerospace, on old Intel CPUs, they actually had a problem where they wanted to. I don't trust that. um, but on old Intel CPUs, they were coating like the actual chip, like the onboard chip's memory in a ceramic. And to do that, they used just a local ceramic that they found. But the ceramic was downriver of a nuclear refinement plant. Well, of a uranium refinement plant. And there was enough uranium, like particles, coming down and getting into the clay for that ceramic. That it clears off the issue. Well, it was causing errors in Intel's CPUs, but they couldn't find any issue because there was nothing physically wrong with the chip. But it would just randomly have issues. And so eventually they tracked it down to it was the clay they were using was incredibly slightly radioactive. And so after that, they had to change clay sources, get much more stringent on the clay cannot be radioactive at all. And they haven't had issues with it ever since. Because it turns out not putting uranium in your CPU is a good idea. And this nuclear plant goes all the way out there. Like, it goes out to these islands. This is a good chunk of the map. For this stupid aluminum. Well, I know where the aluminum is. It's right there. Where it's right there. That would be the aluminum plant. I'm kind of surprised they don't have what is it? Like sprites for things. Like in that far of a distance. Well, I mean sprites for like the miner. I'm very suspicious that the power poles aren't sprites. I don't get why the rest is being loaded with full texture, though. I guess that's the whole the factory never unrenders. Except it kind of does. Yeah. That is weird. I mean, there's nothing on the belt. The belt is still, like, fully rendered. Well, I know it's not fully rendered. It's there slightly deep, low-resed, but it's still mostly there. Just nailing it for a second. Okay. Just reads out my IP address. No, that just did the thing to re-enable fog. I don't think Shift L does anything. It definitely doesn't seem to be doing anything here. Okay, though, I have an idea. If I just follow the power plant a little bit lower. There. Just that far up to the fog. For my very first nuclear facility, I don't think it's that bad. Plus, I think it is, like, literally the most efficient possible for this particular node. I don't know if you could make a bigger nuclear facility off of this node. I mean, the uranium is 100%, like, efficiency. The rest of it's not. Oh, I forgot, I'm in photo mode, so I can still... I found the render distance. Why are my hands jiggly? What's going on there? Is that just because I'm so far zoomed in? Yeah. I mean, they're still jiggly zoomed out, but much less so. Weird. Wait, what? Oh, rendering is somewhat based on zoom. Because, like, look. If I start to zoom in, you can watch all the assemblers get their tops loaded in. Even though if I zoom out, they all lose their top. And then that tree just popped in. Did you know they made copper plate? I didn't know they made copper plate in the game. Oh, that's weird. The copper bar is just like a square, but the raw stuff is like an actual stuff. Copper square. There's JPEGs. There's JPEGs. The 2D image. I'm glad they do the smart thing where they only lock the rotation to you. Well, the Z rotation to you. They leave the X and Y rotation fixed. Because a lot of times when people use I said it earlier, but the 2D images that always look at you, they don't always work just right. Unfortunately, nothing happens because I actually did G1 first on accident. Nothing. Oh yeah, there's a yellow guy down there. He's just chillaxing by the nuclear power plant. Oh, I think there's the world edge. Oh no, that's probably just actually the edge of the where it renders in certain things. Hey, a hyperloop boost. All right. Ooh. Oh. Oh no. I'm an esports player. I did. Maybe my control shift is broke. I know certain buttons on my keyboard are dying. Like sometimes G doesn't work. 1 has actually now been kind of a problem because like 50-50 I'll actually hit 1. There we go. Not esports player anymore. That's a pretty game. There's a lot of wasted space. I could have stacked this first area into a footprint like a fourth the size. Actually, I could have just stacked the whole plant and made it dramatically smaller. Averages prices. I mean, really, the only thing that I wouldn't want to stack is that grid right there. Because that grid is the water. Well, has fluids. So if I don't want to pump fluids up forever, which I don't because it takes energy, I keep them down there like that. But the rest of it, is pretty good. I mean, some of the resource nodes are technically getting overused. Well, I mean, like, underused, I suppose. Like, I'm putting in way more coal than the system can actually consume. I might use, I think it's programmable splitters to siphon off all the extras this plant is producing. Actually get them all back out and be able to use them elsewhere. I have done both of those now. Neither one of them works. I think it's just I don't have access to the cheats. Oh, there's my nitrogen. Almost forgot. None of that's not getting used. There we go. I'm super excited for the update 8 though, because I really hope it brings nanite. Because nanite would be sweet. Nope. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. Plus, I can just... I think about it. Isn't there supposed to be like a glass floor or something? Yeah. There a better floor that's glass? I'd like to make like an actually nice glass. Nope. That's what I'm getting. Why is there suddenly a bunch more? Hmm. Glass is kind of ugly. Oh no, if you press the up arrow, it brings back previous things you've entered. I do got a caught night, but my head's starting to hurt. It's not good. Well. Until Satisfactory Saturday number 5. Yeah. Yeah, that adds up. That makes sense. Oh, goodbye. It was nice talking to you again. You missed it. Last stream got cut short early because a toilet started overflowing and getting water everywhere. So I had to stop the stream to go deal with that. Hey, it might... You probably know your commands. It's probably just my system being weird, but who knows? Well, you say that, but it was more of... It started flowing out from the bottom of the toilet, not the top. It wasn't like you could just plunger it. It was coming out of where the pipes were. Yeah, it's fixed now. It's just there was water everywhere. And so I had to grab towels for everyone because nobody knows where towels are. All right, now enjoy my stream ending soon picture that I took on my phone. And also, have an excellent week.